Hello, my name is Creostix, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All. And so on. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mystic Maya, sniffle, sniffle. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Wah! Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict, and so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying, we have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right, so... Hey, you guys, glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearls' book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. Alright, the future. So, what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Ungard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Edgeworth. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth, finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony, I wonder if that was the truth. Who knows? I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. Is that even worth dignifying with a response? Nothing strange in her testimony... Right. Moving on. But I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Ungard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Well, I mean, I think she blames Ungard for Celeste Impax's death, right? Didn't that come across, at least, right? I think. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Was she? Pearl? I mean... Listen, you're precious and all, but I don't think... That woman prosecutor has so far shown very little redeeming qualities, just saying. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Let's go, Franziska. Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but honestly, that is not always meaning it's fine. I can remember a couple of people who were in stable condition and then died a couple of days later. Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. Cool, yeah. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you gonna visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. Maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Alright. Let's go. I mean, I can't, you know, can't complain about, like, reusing assets from the last case, and this is, you know, March 22nd, Hottie Clinic reception. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? That's not a question mark, that's Mr... Well, I mean, sure, we don't know his name, but he is the fake director. Ah, hi, wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie, haha. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me, yes. Director Hottie. Edgeworth? Yes. I'm Director Hottie, haha. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it, Director, Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and its secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her in real secret-like, she would scream real loud. Yes. I see. Ah, but she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yeah, but I think I could get used to it. Ah! Hi. Go back to your room. You're so mean. So mean in my frisky Fritzka. But, ah! Okay, okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes. How's the shoulder? And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix, right? Ah, I knew I shouldn't have come here. Did we get flowers for Franziska? Ah. The shooting. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I've even had full intention of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Let's go. Deal. Miss von Karma. You made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ungard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective, to find Ungard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right. The end justifies the means. Miss von Karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me, she's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was. Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over, so if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. Alright, let's go. Today's trial. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... Ah, but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, right. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Adrian's card. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Is that rare for him? I feel like we've had him lose his composure in every case I've fought him on. Just saying. You know, it's one game ago, but still. Like, that face is very familiar to me. That card, give it to me, hurry. Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, right, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. I've never seen him keep his composure, yeah? An assassin! Was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder. Miss Andrews was carrying it. Alrighty. So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standings? Since then, thank you for the host. Much appreciated. The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. Should probably add a little more, Oops, sorry. A little more, Oh, right. For some reason the gain of the alert has been really... Sorry about that. I don't know why. See, this is what happens with Streamlabs sometimes. You have everything under control and then something goes really wrong. Alright, but hey, thanks for the host, because I now knew that my alert sounds were low for no reason. That is very strange. Apparently I forgot to hit the button when I pulled it up. Much appreciated, though. I seriously appreciate the gesture. I need to... For some reason, the audio for my alerts, without me changing them, was about half of what they are supposed to be. That is weird. Maybe I had a Windows update again. That's exactly the kind of thing these things just like mess up for me. Alright, good. Let's go. Alright. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it's part of his duty to his clients. His duty. If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? Maya situation, let's go, because I think Edgeworth doesn't know, at least not fully. I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth's gonna... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard. Your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Receipt from Edgeworth allows a bearer to freely investigate the crime scene. Damn, son. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again. If anything should happen, now if you'll excuse me. There we are. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Maya. Please, all I ask is you make it home, safe and sound. Date unknown, time unknown, location unknown. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Alright, let's go. I just examined everything in this room last time around, so let's go. Date, time, location unknown. Uh-huh. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way, I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." Yeah, I thought it looked like Celeste, but I wasn't sure. Alright. Poor Nick. I bet this could be a clue. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. Really? I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat, there goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Ah! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! March 22nd, 7:04 p.m. Hottie Clinic Reception. Mr. Nick? Hmm? Oh, yeah, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. I think we've been fed a lot of bull from Andrews. I think we've been fed a lot of bull from a lot of people. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright? Let's get going, too. Okay. I wonder where that doorway down there leads to. Oh, that's the X-ray room. Yes. How did you know what I was thinking? Yes, well, it's because that's the X-ray room. There's something very peculiar about this guy, because I know it's not me. This patient is undergoing rehabilitation. Wasn't that patient standing in the same spot the last time you came to visit? Doesn't look like they've moved any closer to the reception desk, huh? Is this clinic really doing anything? Is that patient really getting better? Hey, don't just cut into my monologue like that. I'm explaining things here. Ah, sorry. Yes, most sorry. This is the clinic's reception desk, but it doesn't look like there's anyone here at the counter. On the wall is this month's Word to the Wise. Put your best foot forward. Putting this up at a general clinic like this doesn't really mean much, does it? Right. This must be the waiting area. It's got the feeling of one and there are sofas lined up. But I don't see all that many patients. Yes, well, visiting hours are over, that's why. It's time for nightly consultations to begin. Mine, that is. Isn't there anyone keeping an eye on this guy? Alright. Nothing new. Well, let's go here then. Listen to a story. March 22nd, Detention Center Visitors Room. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Ah, I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Ungard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Chew. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Chew for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, right? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Chew's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. Please feed my cat, Chew. My house just a little ways down from the hotel. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, hotel lobby. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass! Hi. Old bag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Just check out his home too, yeah. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But it's all your fault, you awakened the wild beast and said Right. Ah, Miss Oldbag. Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight, no air is getting in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Honestly, Oops, wrong thing. Maybe if I show her this letter bag out from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy poo. Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour I smell? Ugh. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand? Letter of introduction given to Miss Oldbag. Ew, I know. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Ah! What? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Alright, well at least we don't need to talk to her more. But, we could go, well, I mean, I guess since we're here, we'll check, the living room. I think this is the, Unguard's place. We'll check Unguard's place a little later, since we're in the hotel now. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. You know, eye on the ball, right? Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Alright. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Wrecking course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Regiven! I've forgotten what regiven means, but cool. I guess, yes. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Actually, do we? I mean, I don't remember. Yeah, this case is really long, and her weird words are so far back down my brain, I can't think anymore about, like, what was it again? I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What, you really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Scandal. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote. Yeah. Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Unguard shoving his manager lady onto corrida? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sorta wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. So you're a Fox reporter, it's fine. See, I knew I had you, yeah. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Oh, there we are. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Camera. Ah, my baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, aren't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me my camera back. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good, you're about 5 hours, and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure to bring it right to me. Yeah, would you please just leave already? She's something else. Yes. Many of the Phoenix Wright characters are something else, to be fair, but she still is quite something else. Alright, Corrida's hotel room. Let's go. March 22, 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. Mr. Nick! What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? Blah. I hate evil ghosts! Ah! I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me? What's who you're calling a demon, brat? Ah! It's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with young guns today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Night of the murder. Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. Memories of Corrida. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungard. Well, that's just a recent thing, bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. How many of them are from you? Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? He's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Presents. All of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Well, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, ha, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So even since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. Okay, what? Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Corrida fought his assailant. These glass shards, they're probably from the glass vase Miss Andrews knocked over. So the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here, yeah. I can't believe Mr. Corrida went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Ungard. Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume. But weren't Mr. Ungard and Mr. Corrida friends? They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals. Foxy, hi. Bear, more bear. Yes. Also, welcome. I hope you've had an excellent day. We're gonna hopefully clear up this entire case today. Eventually. Bear there and bear here. Exactly. And we can't bear so many bears. So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy. Pearls is really fired up over this, and I don't have an answer for her. Alright. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it. Still the same juice. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. It looks like Mr. Corrida had dinner that night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the awards show that night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Yeah, we've seen most of this before, I'm checking just because since we're here. So that's a bed. Yep, it's big, but it's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft! How easily children are entertained. That's fair. Bear every flipping wear. Exactly. Alright. And there was a bear with a kidnapper. This is also true. There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator. The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty. Empty? It's too much for a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. Guess he must have been a real health nut. Oh, there's the beets, some ketchup and a bottle of strawberry jam too. Maybe red was his favorite color? Am I supposed to find anything new or no? It's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator. Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Corrida? Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's edition stuffed teddies, plastic models is pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe I didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Barely closes. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I think we saw that before. I'm just wondering, like, what are we doing here then? I'll go feed the cat in Ungard's place, and I'll worry about this place if I can't get the game to move forward otherwise. March 22nd, Ungard Mansion Living Room. Bear Patrol Guard. Sir, there are too many bears, what do we do? Bear Patrol higher up, we do nothing, they're just teddies. Well, there we are. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. He must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo! So I guess this is Shoo. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Teehee. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. It's you. Can we kill you right here? Can I use an objection to split you in the middle? May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ungard's lawyer. The master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you, your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. Alright. It's the Zipper Man. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ungard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I'd have thought Mr. Ungard the kind to have a maid over a butler. Shoo. That's a very cute cat you got there. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler and in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me... He lies, otherwise why would he ask them to feed his cat? It already has a servant there. Yeah, like, that's the killer just happened to be here for some reason. Also, that's the door on the right. Like, Maya is behind that door, I think. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Ungard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoo? The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Yep, that dude was Shelly the Killer. Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of neo-old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth there. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. You should come to visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. Alright. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ah, what is with me and feeling inferior today? Okay, anything else? I mean, I can't do anything about the door, so it's kind of a... but what can you do? March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will you? Pass that victims list around. You gotta be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Ungard really that big and bad of a criminal? Probably. Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Still nothing. Still nothing. I mean, I would have to imagine I need to find something in the hotel, but I've checked him before. I've examined them multiple times over in the previous day. I'm just wondering, what am I supposed to, like, What's exactly the thing to find? Oh, well, there we are. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of those presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, it's Mystic Maya! One more day. Please, all I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear if she's alright. Alright. Then... a little... What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad... Connect... Damn, did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me... What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Ah, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Do we know of one? Do you want to look at a transceiver? Have you studied electronics, old bag? Alright. Okay, so that was probably the thing I needed to experience there. So... who do we still have, like, not gone? So, like, the people that are still talkable are... well, Old Bag was there. Gumshoe is at the offices. So far, that's it, though. Lovely. Or maybe he's not even here. Watch my second right and co-law offices. Oh, hi. Hi, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal out of a can, that is. I'm sorry I went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Can you fix this thing? The transceiver. Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal. When I was talking to the kidnapper, it suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Or when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer! Yes. It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV, and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. So that's what you're talking about. He seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, it's gotta be something that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah! Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Corrida's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it, I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time! I'm on fire, pal! My fingers are itching to go! Yeah! We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal, then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean, so yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh, by who? Me, of course. Ah, seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Oh ho 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 ho. Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper lets you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find a bug, got it, pal? I love how in-universe Gumshoe speaks of the A button. That's always good. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone. What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Kurain village. And Protos never lived outside of that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Lamp, check. Listening device, no. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah. And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. And so on, same thing. Lamp. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say, but let's take the receiver part first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my speciality. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No, and I really thought it had to be in the phone too. Ah, what a lovely bear. Ah! Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot? It's a real robot! Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick! Yes? How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? Horsies. Well, look, it's a bear, so, okie dokie. I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places. Looks like the TV was left on and is now showing an old samurai movie. Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones. You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream. The radio is on, playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? There's no listening device in that notebook computer, huh? What's a notebook computer? Do you know what a notebook is? Yes, it's a small book with a paper that you can write on, so... Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop. Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? It's the TV's remote control, but it doesn't look like the listening device is in here. So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like, could it make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap. Hey. But if I could, ooh, the people I would give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's gonna work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay? Okay. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It just sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh. Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. He's referring to the Thinker, the clock which was the statue of the Thinker, who also said like stuff like, I think it's 8 o'clock, or, you know, whatever. It was very material, and also the murder weapon in the first case ever. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, got to keep the trail and crime scene warm. I think the keep warm in that case is a little more metaphorical. This is a refrigerator, right? I really don't think the listening device is in something like this. Because it's filled with nothing but healthy vegetable juices, right? Yeah, sure. What does that have to do with listening devices? Oh, the water in this hot water pot has run out. I'll get more water for it. Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but... Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out. Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of? I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry. What's this? It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick? That's what it seems like. But I want to grow bigger and bigger. Well, eating only vegetables isn't gonna help you there. You'll have to eat meat too. It's a plain old calculator. It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance. A whole 50 cents. Maybe he was a spirit medium. This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't! Such a violent act! Oomph. No! It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What? A wada-wada-mitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? Let's go. So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Set to record the victim's room from 8 PM for 1 hour, was running at time of murder. Transmitter. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 PM and go for 1 hour. 8 PM? That was the time of the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear's at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. There we are. Changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio waves and transmits the data. Stuffed bear. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? The spy camera was in its right eye, found in the victim's room. I got it! What? Hey pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm going to go around to the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible, I mean it's already 9 PM. Leave it to me, even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigation time. I'm on fire, pal, my fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He's gone. Yeah. But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah! You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and the transmitter the Scatterbrain detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere, however, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Haha! Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 PM. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, right? Wait. What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Gurrida? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Gurrida's real killer. Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Ungard. And this card, Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Boom! Hell yeah. Whew. March 22nd, 9:14 PM, Gatewater Hotel, Gurrida's hotel room. It's past 9 PM already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. So the real person who killed Mr. Gurrida was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. And the client. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be. Matt Ungard himself? Was it Matt? If Mr. Ungard really did hire the assassin, then he is not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Ungard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him... Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Gurrida? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Gurrida, okay? I didn't see any Cyclops at that time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That was what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Ungard's secret? What is this secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Ungard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Ungard. There's no way around it now. I have no idea if visiting hours are even closer to open or not, but we can try, right? March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 PM already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Ungard, and Miss Andrews' real intention. These are two things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Looks like you missed something good. Essentially, me and Pearls talked about, like, we gathered our thoughts of the case, more or less, and went through the notion that, like, it seems unlikely that Andrews would be the client of the killer, because why would Andrews then bother sticking the knife into Kurita herself? Why wouldn't she just have the killer do that anyway? And they were wondering about, like, Matt Ungard not having sight clocks, but if he is the client, then he's obviously not innocent and that sort of stuff. And we need to find out what secret Kurita held over Ungard, and which would create the motive. Old bag, hi. Hey, wait. What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed the strange device for who knows what reason, and I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly I don't care, but the request came from Edgy Poo, so... Edgeworth? And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Ugh, gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Alright. Bug Sweeper. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl, the nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. Juan and Adrian. So, you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impax, Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know? Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Ah, really. You young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after the marriage announcement? What in the... Celeste's suicide. Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly cancelled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. Right. So that's what you get when you're not interested in what celebrities do, I suppose. Everything's news to me. Or news to Phoenix. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel lobby. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Right. So... March 22nd, Wright and Co. Law Offices. It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronic stores. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. It looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Where is the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Aw, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Alright, so detention center? I don't know. March 22nd, detention center visitors room. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk with Mr. Angard tonight. But isn't what we have to ask very important? Yeah, but I don't think that matches with the card. March 22nd, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Neck? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Angard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Angard case? Make a pasta salad? I don't know. We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh, yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. It sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Alright. Let's go. March 22nd, Detention Center Visitors Room. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. That means that both Mr. Angard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Gurita had on Mr. Angard. Matt Angard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Angard if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment toward Mr. Angard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. Celeste Impax. About Miss Celeste Impax. I'd finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. but I never held any murderous intent toward Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? Why frame him? Why did you try to frame Mr. Ungard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job. No, they're not. So they'd figure it out, right? They are about as dumb as rocks. Unfortunately. Like the only reason even a few people have not been wrongfully convicted is because of Phoenix Wright-In. That's it. Essentially, it seems every other case ever is the wrong person in jail. That's the end. That's the police and the justice system for you. Yes, they're so good at what they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews? Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? A psych lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Alright, safety save. Let's see if we can open this up. Take that! Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. I'm guessing a bit here, but... Celeste impacts? Yeah. Celeste, there is only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him, yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impacts and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work out yet. So, can I... So if I go, like, back and forth, can I then, like, change who I'm talking to? Yeah, cool. Let's go, on guard. Maybe this will reveal something about the... Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so, too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ungard. Bouncing in and out while making dinner, so we need to find a connection between him and Celeste. Yes! What's wrong? Mr. Ungard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your leisure lawyer dude self. Matt's secret. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. How does he know Engard is the killer's client? No, it hasn't been told. He just says so. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. Ah, but I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste's Impax's suicide note from him. Celeste. Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? Ah, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Ungard. Are you connected to Miss Impax's suicide in some way? So present Celeste Impax's profile? Mr. Ungard? Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you anything and everything. What do you mean by that? It just means I don't have to tell you anything and everything, dude. Right. About this person. He's your butler, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion. Oh, yes, that's right. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. He takes real good care of me. Uh-huh. I'm kind of scared to show him this card. What's wrong, dude? Oh, so about this picture card. Have you ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying, or is he? Then again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things. Mr. On guard? Okay, I think this is the... about this. Mr. Nick, you can't. Miss Andrews said she doesn't want anyone to know about that, remember? What's that? Oh, this? Nothing. It's nothing, really. Aha. Could you please take a look at this? I know it may not seem important to you. Well, if it's not important, then I'd rather be in bed. If I don't get my 12 hours of beauty sleep, my skin's gonna wrinkle up like a prune, dude. You know, he's right, Mr. Nick. Your skin's kind of drying up here and there. I swear, if this case is over, I'm gonna get lots and lots of sleep. Huh. That Adrian, I never thought she'd go that far to frame me for the crime. I mean, what does she have against me, dude? I don't get it. That's something I would like to know, too. Do you have any ideas at all? Even the slightest clue? What? Me? Don't be silly, Mr. Lawyer, dude. How am I supposed to know something like that? I don't really know what else to show him, so safety save and try, just Magatama and see what happens. I doubt I have what it takes to open this stuff, but it's the like I don't know what else to do or try. Now let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me, I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. No. I don't have the camera on me, so I can't do any of this, yeah. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. And all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest. And I was brought back here. Are witnesses under arrest? I don't think that's how it goes. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looks suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? Again, arrested on what? You can't be arrested for looking suspicious. Or I mean, maybe in the United States, but I don't know. I mean, you're not supposed to, but you know how it goes. Tomorrow's testimony. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet, but it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. And no, they're not usually under arrest. Yeah, that sounds weird. You can be detained but not arrested, for the sake of being arrested. Basically, yeah. Also, Zombie Kitten, hi, welcome, glad you had I hope you've had an excellent day. Oh boy, you saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Why do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I just can't get over the fact that in this game, the normal court proceeding is to keep evidence and witness testimonies a secret until the court day, which is not how it works in any jurisdiction of, like, any country. Like, you're supposed to tell the defense all the evidence and all the stuff that's gonna be said and shown and such and such. Like, that's the whole point of due process. That and innocent until proven guilty. Ugh. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me. Evidence is like pocket sand in its place. It's gotta be a surprise, yeah. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Neck. Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch, I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Matt's on guard. So this is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible, that's unforgivable. Ow, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him? His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? I think Powers has something of a thing for Andrews, but I'm not, yeah. Hard, let's see. Ah, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. Really? I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image. You're a celebrity, what's wrong with you? You were the Steel Samurai, come on now. a dazzling sort of image, but aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. Self-esteem issues much? Come on now. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. What the hell, man? Like, the whole concept of Steel Samurai is the entire revolving idea of this whole stardom, and he played the Steel Samurai originally. Come on now. like how many self-esteem issues can you have? Like, how big? Jesus. That's true. Oh hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Inpax? We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Alright. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. That would seem to be the case, yes. Something bad for Mr. Corrida? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, "It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man." A truly insidious man? Did he mean Mr. Corrida by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. What if the insidious man is Unguard, though? In some weird way. I see. Well, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Unguard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. Theodora, hi! Welcome! I hope you've had an excellent day. We are ace-attorneying it away here. Bit by bit, inching toward the truth with one objection at a time. Yes. There are still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Mr. Nick, your phone! Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Even in games, the mobiles interrupt. That they do. Hello. We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon. Well, what's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, he... Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end. Hello? He got cut off. He looks feared when the phone rings, but not about talking suicide. I mean, we've... This case tackles some heavy subject material, that's for sure. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away. Then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. Alright. Let's go. March 22nd, Wright & Co. Law Offices. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Huh? It was Unguard, wasn't it? This quickly? And this bear's what gave them away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured... Shh, Pearls. And? Go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt Unguard. Hmm? Matt Ungard, your client, that's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Stuffed bear. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ungard. But he seems so innocent. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself. The bear is bigger than a person. Like, it's huge. It's big enough that the eye can be... It was actually a camera. In the 2003s. My sight is failing me. This can't be. So it's a bearson. Basically, yes. Okay, the stuffing is expensive. Yep, it's a luxury brand, huge ass teddy bear, bearson. Yes. And these people are very rich. The people in question. The dead person and the and Matt Ungard. They're TV stars. But it couldn't have been anyone saying they were him. But it could have been anyone saying they were him. I guess we just gotta ask him, right? So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for your file. There we are. I need this. Spy camera, transmitter, and stuff. They're refiled into the court record. There we are. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room was Matt Ungard. Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. And who's to say he put it for the murder? Yeah, I don't know. Like, this keeps unfolding in weird ways. I guess we have to assume that it was bought by Ungard, and now we need to bring this to him and ask some questions. That's what we do. I hope price include transfer of location for bear. I don't know. Good question. Have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you gonna see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean? Yeah. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put up a good face for pearls. Matt Ungard, what in the world have you done? It does, I mean, just once it looks like it's over, new weird evidence comes up. Yep. Let's go. Hi. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 PM, dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax, don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Alright. Take that. Let's go. Thank you for the lurk, much appreciated. Every lurk is also appreciated, hell yeah. Alright, so we've been this, but for the... We've seen a few new faces here, so let's just go through this text again. So let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night. So yeah, Corrida is the victim, this dude is our client and the main suspect, but our friend Maya has been kidnapped by an assassin, and Maya will be killed unless we get a not guilty verdict for this boy here. So that's the gist of this. Alright, so spy camera. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corrida's room the night of the murder. secretly film? What? And then sent the images to the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? In this one. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was you! Take that, Matt Ongard. Mr. Ongard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Ah, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ongard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. The credit card receipt. Maybe he is a fan. Who knows at this point? I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Ongard. It's from where you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew, elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. Such illegal, yep. So can I ask you one thing? Yes. You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurio's room and filmed it in secret is... Spying on the girl? Yeah, maybe. Like, I'm kind of... See, I'm wondering, having a crush on the guy he killed, like, so okay. I'm just trying to think that I just hope I'm not outsmarting myself, because there's essentially two reasons why it could be, right? Number one is about Adrian Andrews, right? Because meeting the so-and-so. The second thing, like, what is the second event that overlaps with when the camera was recording after 8, like 1 hour from 8 p.m.? Probably the murder itself. So could he we've been told at least that he hired the killer to kill Kurita. That's Edgeworth's words, which we don't have proof for that, but that's still a thing that's in. We need to keep that in mind. Could it be the murder or Adrian Andrews that's the problem? The murder or the after-party press conference, right. So I think the answer is either, like, it could be this magazine clipping or Adrian Andrews' profile, or, in a very roundabout reason, this card or something. Because this is the killer's calling card. That's a lot of damage for one really, really vague guess, though. But I think I still have to go for something here, because I don't think I have anywhere else to go and investigate. I wouldn't want to check a walkthrough, because I think it's reasonable to guess this, but man, it's gonna suck if this goes sideways. Alright. Adrian Andrews. There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida were having a secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Corrida, but if you're going with the assumption that he didn't hire the killer, it has to be the girl. Essentially, like, yeah, that's again, like, even if he hired the killer, we still need to think step by step in the game's world, where essentially we don't want to jump 3 steps ahead, like, it's the murder, like, because we don't, as such, have foolproof reason to think that that's the reason, so yeah. You were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can't be such a moron. Oh man, Mr. Lawyer dude, that kind of scandal, that's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'll be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corrida because of Miss Andrews. Then there's the only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up the camera in Mr. Corrida's room was... Oh! I think now we go for the card. Like, now we went through the motion of talking about the girl. I think now we go for the card. The killer card. I think the game threw us a bone in that it's not as such wrong to answer that then, but you sort of go through the motion of that conversation and then we now have reason to think it's something else than the girl. Man, I have a bad feeling about this, but I feel like I can afford one shot of guessing wrong here. Yes! What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer. That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt Ungard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're a hero of justice, you're a star, or you're his client. Yeah, I guess we just gotta go with it then. You're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Ungard. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Ungard, you really did hire... Hold on a second, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself. Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Ungard. There's your hero of justice. He apparently had a fight with some sort of a badger at one point. Damn. And he's so evil, he can summon a huge ass, like a brandy glass. There we are. Yep, how the heck did we get the glass? Yep. Welcome to the best reveal in Ace Attorney Justice for All. Matt's secret. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You're really Shelley the Killer's client. You don't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? That's superpowers for you. Yep, magical powers, exactly. But what do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? That's... You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? So, don't be mean to Pearl, yeah. Although I kind of would agree in, like, having Pearl wait outside, because this could get a little dark really quick. Again, Pearl is what, 8? Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. Darker than suicide? I mean, I wouldn't have had, like, I reacted really, like... Since can attest to that I reacted really hard on the notion that we let Pearl listen to the suicide stuff the first time around it came up. Like, I was like, why is Pearl listening? Like, come on now, what in the actual... Like, I went off on one. Plus, I mean... I think stuff like death and suicide and so on, like at this point, like when you really start thinking about these things, it's like there's also the notion that, I mean, you know, I don't have kids, and I'm not gonna have kids, so I wouldn't like know how to handle the psychology and all that, but I would imagine that on an individual, it's really hard to rank like what is darker, darkest, or heavy, too heavy, damaging, more damaging, traumatic, so on and so on, right? Like, it's like, it might be plausible easily for one child to be on top of things enough to understand what is suicide and, like, have a grasp on the idea and still be her happy-go-lucky self beyond that understanding that someone did that. Whereas, still after that, it could easily still be really traumatic for a completely surprising reason for her to have a conversation with a split personality, murderous, assassin hiring, apparently assassin blackmailing person who is about as chaotic evil as you can get. Like, you just never know. So I would not have her in the room. So in a manner of speaking, it could be darker than suicide for her. So, They did bad on this one with Pearl and the suicide stuff, yeah. But yeah, let's... And as a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? How will he get hits or does people know he will blackmail them? I don't think they... Like, we don't know... Like, there's no way to know that they do... That they know. In real life, yeah, I don't think they'd even let her in the room, yeah. And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough for an answer for you, little girl? Like, this is the kind of stuff I don't want her to hear. Like, honestly, the concept of suicide might be less damaging than this kind of a message could be. Like, this is the kind of stuff that's just like... And how he got longer teeth all of a sudden. I know why the killer wants him out. Alright. I mean, I imagine the killer's motive is simply the fact that... So okay. As far as I understand, Matt has insurance of what the killer did, right? But I'm not convinced the killer knows Matt has insurance. Because I think the killer wants Matt out simply because Matt is the client and the killer has this like honor system going on here that his client is not supposed to go to jail for the hit. Like, the hit should be chalked up as the killer murder, and according to the killer's ideals, Matt should be free, because that's the honor system he goes by. I think that, like, that's the point of the calling card. Like, the killer kills people, puts the calling card there to make sure, as insurance, that the murder is chalked up to the killer and no one else. That's the point. Like, that's what Edgeworth explained half an hour ago-ish. That's my thinking. Motive for murder. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. Unguard's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me, Matt Unguard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corrida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey, now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. Haha, I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? But you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya. Except assassins, apparently, he relies on them. Well, sort of, but he also said that that he doesn't, like, the reason that he doesn't believe anyone, even assassins. That's the reasoning he gave for doing the recording. So you wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You. Scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Well, right? What are you gonna do? If you plan on changing your strategy... No! We can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth. Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. Matt Ungard. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, Matt Ungard, that man is really... It doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Honestly, no it isn't. The basis of your judicial system is to get a guilty verdict in 1 to 3 days, no matter if they did it. If we're perfectly honest. That's the basis of your system in this game. That's how it works, unfortunately. Alright. Proper defense. But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? No, I have had perfect cases. I have perfectly reached the truth. Well, that may be true, but that's because I've believed in my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get Ungard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. Maya's situation. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right, would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. We aren't some sort of heroes, we're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's... You are a defense attorney, you can't run away from that. You can only fight, that's all you can do. Why fight? I love how they're differentiating a lawyer and a prosecutor, they're both lawyers. Yes, that is... They both practice law. This is true. I mean, I guess they at least sometimes go defense attorney, but still, yeah. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. Which is already tarnished by 2 losses though, so And, isn't that the same as you? I think it used to be. Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record. I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you, and you're saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office. But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of the story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver! I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Angard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. That's what I thought. I take a great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. Yeah, that's the... That is what it's called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? Or an assassin's creed? I bet the butler did it. I mean, yes, actually yes. Yeah, the butler is Shelly the killer in disguise. That is actually true. We know, but Phoenix and friends don't know. We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however... You did, but... My name is... The Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer. How did Edgeworth not know? Wasn't that already... Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As the Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain... Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. Ah, no! Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Mystic Maya! And there's the cat noise. Yeah, the Edgeworth knew that when he saw the car. Like, I think maybe Edgeworth didn't know that the killer was keeping her hostage, though. Like, Edgeworth knew that the killer did the killing of Corrida. We told Edgeworth Maya is being held hostage. I don't think we mentioned the killer's name then, maybe. Damn. I don't know. Would be nice if it turns out Maya been drugging and all this time been thinking she's on vacation laying by a pool drinking drinks. No. She's been awake and she's hungry as hell. Unfortunately. Facepalms, that wasn't a dead giveaway. Yeah. I'm sure they get it from that. Like, come on. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that at the end of that transmission? There we are. Oh, like, I'm not sure. Like, I'm like Rolodexing my memories of how we talked about this with Edgeworth. It's possible we didn't mention the name, but that's malpractice, because Phoenix knew the name the killer as the kidnapper. Him not telling Edgeworth is just a bad blunder for him. Like, Huh? Oh, that sounds like a cat. A cat? It can't be. That cat. Can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, Have all police units head for the Unguard mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Right, the game logs, yeah. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Finally, let's go. From the lobby, right? It's hard to sometimes remember from which position you move to the next position, because they are not all connected. You can't go from A to F. You need to go from A to B, B to C, so on, so on, so on to F. Like, it's... Ugh, come on. March 22nd, Unguard Mansion Living Room. Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it, that butler. All this time, he was the killer. He and Unguard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Yeah, I'm wasting so many precious moments. Yep. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. A wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many thin cuts. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corrida? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu. Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Hell yeah! See, Phoenix Wright has been working out in Marvel vs. Capcom, so he can break doors down. Hell yeah! Ah, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Unguard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but... tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. It's Unguard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help? Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. Can I move to the other room? Yeah. Oh, the picture's on the floor. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Photo! This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. And this is the connection. We now need to go talk to Adrian about this. That's the connection, like, this. Because this is Unguard's place. Miss Impax? You mean... Yes, Mr. Corrida's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Unguard's mansion? And what does it say with love? This might be a clue. Found at Unguard's mansion. With love, Celeste is written on it. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. What's so special about the frame? On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Unguard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime back and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess, damn it, I just missed that thing. That's a no! Mystic Maya! Right? What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We searched the house and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yeah? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. If you want to, you can clip what happened and like pause frame into what Maya said if you're interested. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I'd stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. And the same thing on YouTube, one can just like pause and look what Maya said, luckily, because I'm recording this. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. March 22nd, the detention center, visitor's room. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Let's go, lady. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Gonna break her like a twig. And her glasses are gonna explode like last time. For anyone who didn't see, when she was in court, whenever we like broke her testimony, her glasses explode and she just grabs a new one and she broke like 10. It was pretty good. You may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why. What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Alright. Celeste Impax. Her mentor. Celeste, there is only one catalyst that could cause you such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him, yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? That's alright. I was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ungard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Well, there we go. Let's do. Why frame him? Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Corrida didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. But because of Mr. Ungard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? it wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. Revenge. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It's probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that's that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it even went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either, not with Maya's situation, or with what I know now. Damn, son. Whew. Grr, how did it get into this? How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before, someplace some time ago. Yep, in the first case. That's the intro of the first case all over again. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Ha 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 ha. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Grr. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix? Phoenix. Mia. Maya, how is Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Ah, that accursed Unguard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore, I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Ah, Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe, until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can and find the killer. If we can't get Maya out, then you can get Unguard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true, I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. But Maya said to do it anyways. I mean, yeah, sure, but if it comes down to that, it's... I mean, we can, you know, draw it out and then get a guilty in the end, when everything's good. Here's hoping, right? See the weight about this thing is just this is the second game in the series, right? And in the first game, our mentor, Mia Fey, this lady here, died. So, like, this series so far, it doesn't feel like there's a guarantee that Maya is gonna make it. You know? Because you gotta remember that part. Like in how the series has gone up to this point, like, you can't really trust that she's gonna be fine. You know? We can hope, but, you know, like, You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy, friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Oh boy. Friendship is magic! Right. March 23rd, 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Unguard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. That time seems like a year ago, Jesus. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she's guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt Ungard. Darn it, Twitch, now I missed the importance of post-internet. I'm sorry to hear, like, I have, like, lowered my bit rates into the recommended stuff so that would happen as little as possible, like, because of me at least. Like, I'm under the impression that my bit rate is, in the, like, very low, reasonable areas, you know? So it would be, like, as accessible to everyone as possible. What surprising turn of events? While still looking not terrible, you know? I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. To be fair, I think it's my flawless internet connection that had another hiccup. I'm sorry to hear that the internet has hiccups there. Although today I lost my internet for about half a minute. To be fair, though, so it's you know, it happens. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. That boy is huge. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's... I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Good God, just pick yourself up a little, like, come on. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. I think it ended up flipping anywhere. I had one about the time we lost the stream earlier. Oh, yeah, you mentioned that, yeah. Huh. That's interesting. Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room. Okay, sure. Visit to Matt's room. Alright, let's go. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. I mean, from the back it looks like the killer, but, you know. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? And interestingly, since like in world we want to stretch the trial as long as we can, so in like a role-playing sense, it would actually be beneficial for us to press on every piece of statement. It's pretty cool. I kind of like it. Or I mean, but like it feels fitting, or you know, I'm looking for a good word, but it fits in the meta of the game itself, or you know. After the awards ceremony, I went to by myself to Matt's room. Hold it! The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're gonna try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Hmm? I remember watching a lot of 80s lawyer series in the TV in the 90s. They kind of died away after that. Makes me wonder how an episode of those would hold up today. I mean, I'm sure Matlock is accessible somehow. We could try that. Or Ally McBeal from the 90s, or what else? There was that one, I forget the name of the one with God, I don't remember any of the names. I need to give me a minute. Huh? I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I am not the killer. Like there's this one courtroom drama in the 90s or early 2000s where the one thing I remember about it is that the like lawyer like the law office was known for their tactic of calling someone on the stand and then out of nowhere blame the murder on him with no evidence to throw off the jury and try to save their client that way. I forget the name of it, and I can't remember the names of the actors. I'm just like drawing faces. Even then, I thought it was odd how the lawyer whose personal detective did all the evidence. Yeah, the like courtroom dramas are very much not like actual how the actual law works at all. I'm not a law expert, but every single time an actual lawyer like reviews or reacts to like episodes or whatever of courtroom dramas, they're all completely wrong. Like just in every way, in how the evidence works, in how the testimonies work, in how the statements work, everything. So it's very much Hollywood, all from A to, well, X or whatever. Jake and the Fat Man, I called that series. I mean, the 10 years after that, got NCIS, etc. evidence. Yeah. This makes me remember that series, but due to how they work, that's true. But I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room and then... Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Matt was standing there in front of his room still in Nickel Samurai costume. Hold it! Are you sure that was Matt Ungard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the Nickel Samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And? What was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? I need to, in between episodes, or, you know, recordings, Google that courtroom drama. It's bothering me. I watched only a few episodes, but I kind of liked it, though. Hold it! At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but... It's the same bottle and glass as Andrews was handling for some reason. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? Yeah. Wasn't it tomato juice, right? the stuff that Andrews poured on the glass and left her fingerprints on the thing at the murder scene. Again, for whatever reason, but still. But yeah, that's the bottle and the glass. You know. How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now, sorry. Yeah, something like that, yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. Hold it! You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. Not in Finland! Finland is not a tipping country. In Finland, we actually just... the, like, waitresses and whoever's, they just get paid like a normal living wage. And tips are not really a thing. Like, sometimes in, like, if you go to the very heart of Helsinki, like, that culture sometimes tries to sort of, like, they're not gonna turn away the money or anything, but you don't need to tip around here. Like, they just get paid enough of a wage to actually live on it. And that's that. Like, it's not, I think, frowned upon to not tip them here, because you don't need to. Tips are black money, not getting taxed or so. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, but like, this is not a tipping country at all. Like, you go to a restaurant, the waitress or waiter takes your order and brings your stuff, and then they just get a paid actual salary, and that's enough, and you can live off of that, and it's fine. Imagine that, right? But I had someone almost hit me as she worked as a waitress, making it sound like all she got was tips. Were like, sure, the pay is low, but it's supposed to be like legal. Like again, currently, I don't think you still need to. I haven't been to a restaurant in Helsinki in a long time, but this, nonetheless, this is not a tipping country. Like, it just isn't. They're not gonna turn away the money, but I don't think it's frowned upon here to not. That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Hold it! So who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course, you and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? Wow, that's a good question. I don't remember that happening at all. I don't either, though. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Wait, hold on. So I need to find something here, really? When I questioned why I should tip at all, seeing how you don't tip taxi drivers or nurses, like, I could tip if I saw someone do something extra, but tipping someone for doing their normal job simply since they are a waiter feels weird to me. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, like again, it's a complete night and day in how I hear in the Americas, it's literally a part of the proceedings, like, verbatim, to always tip. Whereas in Finland, you don't. Like, you can if you want to, but it's not expected. Not really. So pressing the statements didn't bring anything to choose, because I feel like I pressed every one of them, right? So what am I like... Aim for juicy. Like, I just... we still need to find a thing that actually contradicts something he says. Like, we can't just, like, throw... you know... I'm very confused. At first, what do you mean? I didn't think it was a normal bellboy, and why was that? Why did I think that? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you Oh, really? You know, I did feel something weird. Oh, you have to press everything and then press again. Jesus, whoa. I haven't had this before. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. There we go. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Okay, safety save, because this is probably where we need to push this thing. Hold it! So he gave the bellboy a tip. What was so strange about that? Ah, well you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Probably both, but face first, right? What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Yeah, the zipper face. Almost like it had a thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would have come spilling out. Yeah. The zipper in the face, yep. He was there, at Ungard's house. Boom. He was that butler. And also the bellboy who brought us the phone at the very, very beginning. Man, that looks so... Like, how does, like, he not stick out everywhere? Like, seriously. Oh, batteries. Give us a minute. Hold on. See, I have a system right here. I'm always prepared about this. There, see? Battery's done. I have a stash right there. It's a... I'm the secret cure that no one ever found out about. Yeah. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Ungard was talking with the killer then. If that face were to be exposed, Ungard would be declared guilty in a blink. All fixed to EA. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've been streaming long enough to know that I need to always have a fresh set at the ready. Not disposable, mind you, rechargeable. I have a recharge kit right there, and I just switch them back in and out, and here we go. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? What did you just say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with the testimony. Okay, so then back here, and then look at the money. Ungard's tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. I mean, I know of this one case where someone tipped a waitress a lottery ticket, which ended up being the winning ticket. That's pretty, you know. I don't know. Wait and see. Nothing I can really object to here. I mean, who can argue that fat roll of money isn't really odd? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw, yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? Yes. Like earlier today. Or, sorry, yesterday. I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer. He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. That was a quick answer, yeah. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh. Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. The second time. Let's go. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much, that is all we need for now. But I'm not done, there's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it is your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. The second time. Alright, this time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. Hold it! For a moment, my brain realized the comedic possibilities in the combination of bathroom and hold it. Like, I had to go to the bathroom. Hold it! I'm tired. Oh boy, I might need to grow up, but you know, there we are. Oh Jesus! All right. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The awards ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And we went to match room pretty soon after that. I need to gather myself for a little bit. Like I can just like imagine like Phoenix and Pearls going around and Pearls being like, I need to go to the bathroom, and people like, hold it. Okay. Right. Let's yes. We I'm totally 33, I promise. Alright. Oh boy. Ugh. Alright. Never grow up. Right. Exactly. Okay. Deep breaths. There we are. And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8-10 p.m. by that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. That's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Hold it! Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? The face, probably. All the bellboys were the same uniform, after all. But, you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Hold it! The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Hold it! So what exactly was out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast... I don't know. Could have dropped it all off, so no, I don't know. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. Objection! If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Grr, Edgeworth. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest's room empty-handed. Hold it! So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If you could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet out on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Alright. I'm curious about this one, just for the purpose of... Hold it! Please don't be so quick to judge. Of him being the assassin. But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet if you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible. We're gonna have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Yeah, here. So, okay, let's safety save and let's start working at this one. So, I mean, the glass is part of the thing. What did the crime scene look like again? Well, the tray is there. So maybe this is the thing? Game 1, learn to justice. Game 2, learn to obstruct justice. This is how you get Persona, kids. I have never played a Persona game. I hope to one day get them on Steam or something, so I'll probably one day play them, so, you know. I'm gonna try Crime Photo. Mr. Powers. My guess. Yes, our guess would be correct, it seems. Yes. You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Ugh. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrida's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corrida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Ah, but that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Nope. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Corrida was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. Hehehe. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. Edgeworth, are you trying to pun? I'm not sure it works. You don't speak in text in universe. That doesn't... I admittedly only watched P5, although I think I heard P4 have a really messed up start. I know in one of the Persona games, the kids, like, transform by shooting themselves in the face or something. It's pretty weird. But I need to play those. I haven't seen more than a couple of seconds of any of them, and I hear they're really good. So eventually I'll play them, and I'll play them on PC probably, and I imagine I'll have a good time. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ah, boy does this make this bellboy look really suspicious. P5 got me good music, but since it seems to be very much number crunching to get best in personas, I don't think they're for me. Ah, could be. I don't mind like mathematical combat systems. Like, I enjoy a lot of weird combat systems. Like Shadow Hearts is a very weird combat system with like a reaction speed circle thing with combos. It's very weird. I like it though. The weirdest combat system still I've ever played is probably Resonance of Fate. That one is like this weird geometry, trigonometry combo, flying, scratch, and damage system that is just like... It's such a monster to try and understand. But when you get it, it's fine, but good God, it's hard to, like, get over that hump. But I finished that one on the 360, and it's a good game. I liked it. That was pretty good. Like, the story is kind of not very good, I suppose, but I like the game beyond the story. It's such a unique thing beyond that. Like, both in the world and in what the combat system is. Something I get on a PS2 to finish Shadow Hearts. Love that game. Yeah. I should too, yeah. Alright, got to focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Actually, I think I sold Shadow Heart's Covenant way back when. Or maybe even that and the next one. I've sometimes wondered if I should track down those used copies back again. I haven't, like, I no longer have a working PS2 either, which is the part of the problem, but still, like, those are very good games. That man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. Not more than one version, but there's a sequel. Shadow Heart's Covenant and Shadow Heart's A New World or something, I think? There's two games. Covenant, and then there's a sequel of like, you know. So yeah. Covenant is about that red-haired girl, and Shadow Heart's New World has this, like, Titus-looking boy from Final Fantasy-looking kid in the cover. A bit younger, but still. Have to see which one I have here. Yeah. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Their second meeting. I never finished either one, but I had both and I played both quite a bit, and I enjoyed them. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without ever even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and went back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. My biggest PS2 treasure, a game I still have, it's not really a game, it's a triple pack of games, is the PS2 Silent Hill collection. Games 2, 3, and 4 all in one. It's like this slightly wider box. I think it's one of the more valuable PS2 releases that are, like, out there. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, not like the most, but like in the top, 10 or something, probably. Yeah, I kind of saw all that by and the games are just like so close to my heart, so those alone are a good reason to get a working PS2 one day again. Some accident. I'd say you saw too much, and all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started. Shall we, Mr. Wright? Your cross-examination, please. I also have the Silent Hill 2 Director's Cut physical copy as well in my bookshelf. I actually found it very recently, used game store for like 16 or 18 euros, and I'm like, what? Like, the cardboard physical copy, less than 20 euros. It had even one of the postcards still in it. And I'm like, yeah, thanks. It's like, dude, what? Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Like, sometimes you just make these weird finds, man. Their second meeting. Alright, let's go. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went on and knocked on Matt's door just like that. Hold it! Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye in a sort of sneaky spy-like... I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I'd care to know. He gave something to the person inside the room. Hold it! I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. About something? He gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was this something? Ha ha ha. If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would it? How can you not remember what it is? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kinda small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely, what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. Hold it! Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Ungard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Hold it! Did you see anything strange, especially just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. He was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. Yep, that's old bag for you. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now is just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a lose-lose situation. Hold it! So this one is the one where we just ask everything, right? I said hold it! Yeah. Ask about the person inside. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face. Yeah. I'd like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think it is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... no. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. This thing? Yeah, the bear. I guess so. Objection! What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is gonna happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Ungard's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelly the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Why? then the bear being found at Mr. Unguard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is the killer's client. Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Ah, I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Well, I mean, we don't know who received the bear. Oh boy, it's one of these two, but oh boy, can we check both of these two? Okay, the bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night. Yeah. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Whew. Disaster river... Objection! You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time he was the killer. The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ungard's mansion as its butler. But what a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad if the police had found it during their investigation. Why did you take the bear to begin with, though? I'm not... like, why? Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Powers' testimony. What? There's still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor, and it is quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what a questionable point would you like to explore further? The person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. It was both. There we are. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! Question marks all around. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're gonna scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. Adrian Andrews wore the costume. That's not good enough, my dude. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Like, one would think that you would remember it from the first, like, from the get-go if you're now that sure, but... Order. It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt Ungard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Ungard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? I mean, I gotta do something, right? Well, do I? What should I do? Objection! I will now not... Objection! Again, the Adrian point. That's where I would go. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is my one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Ungard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. It was pearls all along! No. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Again, I gotta go to this one. I mean, we're obviously stalling for time here, but like this is the narrative we can create. That's the one thing we have. Say it's Maya, right? Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Ungard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ah! The best way to stall, yeah. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Ungard? If you could please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Ungard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic, besides which there is no evidence to support it. Honestly, your evidence is pretty flimsy too, my dude. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. Like, I'd love to see the courtroom that would just like say, okay, so this person is guilty of hiring an assassin because he accepted a teddy bear from him. Like, I feel like you need to fill in a couple of more blanks into that to actually, like, you know. I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Ungard did it. I can't believe the defenses would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. It's to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. Right? Yeah. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Unguard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. It's Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Boom. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Ha ha ha. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage, don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Ah, I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick. Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. That's probably Maya. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How is it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Whew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia. It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal, the Very Big Circus. Call back, there you are. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about 300-foot radius from the main tent, hurry. And, I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like it was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Beep. Yeah, Max's Circus. Hell yeah, that one. From the last case. It's with the clown and the Max and the really sheltered animal tamer girl and you know. She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. He heard her. Thought she was kind of invisible. No. They're not invisible at all. They're actually there. Like, the spirit channeling thing is in front of like, when Mia becomes whatever, like, when Mia is next to me in the courtroom, everyone can see her. Like, it's just, they apparently just are no longer wondering why suddenly a person appears next to me who is a meter taller and has cleavage for ages that was a little girl just a minute ago. Plus, Franziska von Karma already spilled the beans about spirit channeling in the second case of this game. So, both the judge and Edgeworth and essentially the court, onlookers of at least that case already know that spirit channeling is a thing that actually happens. Because it was a part of the prosecution's case in the case with Eenie, Meiny, and Maya being the defendant in that one, and so on. So yeah, okay, to back up, how it works is the spirit medium, being in this case Pearl, right, contacts Mia, who's dead. Mia comes into Pearl's body, and Pearl's body, the tiny girl's, changes into Mia, and that's all in the open. Like, everyone can see that being the case. It's weird, but that's what this world is like. And that being the reality is already a fact of life for everyone in this courtroom, because that was a part of how the case was built in case 2 for the prosecution, for Franziska von Karma. Because that was a big part of why they were trying to indict Maya for the murder. Because supposedly the cold spirit killed the victim, but then we proved it was not the case. It was a setup, but yeah. Yeah, she's actually there. Spirit medium, that's how it goes. Any questions? And Maya is also a spirit medium, and that's why Mia went away for a bit. And Pearl became her normal little girl again, right? On the same page? Yeah? Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. Gotta love anime logic, hey? I mean, it's interesting, that's for sure. I mean, I don't mind. It brings a flavor to this all, The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. There we are. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Alright. Why? Why does she... The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. The suicide note is in there. Probably. Sorry. I think that's the connection. That would explain why Matt would want the bear. Like, why? Because it would have bad information about Matt in it, right? It's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Let's go. It looks like there's really was something to that bear after all. Okay. Elaborate puzzle. Hold it! A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that it was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. Hold it! So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Hold it! And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. Hold it! So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Hold it! Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. As long as he never told, what if he... Still, somehow Matt knew. Somehow he knew. Then of course that means Mr. Ungard didn't know, right? Unless because of the spying camera he knew, maybe? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. A wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Kurita and Andrews know how to open it. Alright. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize. You could just want it as a memento, as it meant a lot to Juan. I mean... It's not impossible, but I feel like it's such a really risky thing in the middle of a murder to have the assassin bring you an item from the scene. Like, it's gotta mean a whole lot to actually Matt instead of just like Juan's dead. Like, how much pain would it like really cause anymore to Juan if, you know, like, sure, but that sounds really risky to do though. that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, but that I'm not I don't mean to like shoot down ideas. I'm just rolling around the thoughts in my mind. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this: what is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness. Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. Or we break it. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. It's gonna be the suicide note, just watch. I've opened it. I mean, I could be wrong too, but it's a hunch. I've been hunching pretty well in this case so far, so we'll see, right? Is this what you wanted? It's a piece of paper. What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what it is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. The suicide note? Yes. The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impax. Boom! Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard— Oh, really? I heard all about it from Juan. But doesn't this mean that now we can build an even better case to say that the person who had the bear received was her? I'm not saying it was, but I'm saying that this gives us even better grounds to stall the court proceedings to claim that, right? Because she would want the note. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right, at least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Ungard. About being engaged to Corrida and Ungard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impax had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word, Matt Ungard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Found inside the figurine, it tells of Engard's horrible misdeeds. Right. I was just... a thought came up. Valkyrie, hi! Welcome. I hope you've had an excellent night. Good morning, and hi, and thank you for stopping by. Always good to see you. And we've been... I've been actually live for 4.5 hours by this point. I had a bit of an internet outage, so yeah. But I hope you've had an excellent night and all that good stuff. Oh boy, I was just also wondering if has anyone ever like watched an actual actual courtroom proceedings and an actual trial, because I have seen one. I was looking at I'm looking for the good word here. Like I was watching one in not in the stands, but well in the stands, yes, but there was like a row of chairs at the back, and we were watching from there. I was spectating one. Yes, that was the word. It was a school thing. We were it was an optional, essentially law class I took in what is our equivalent of senior high, and we went to watch I believe it was an assault case, I think. Yeah. And there was one assault case and one speeding case. Yeah. Back to back. That was what it is. Yeah. It was interesting. It's Ungard's fault that woman killed herself, and this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible, what a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. Clank, hello, welcome. I'm glad to have you here, and I hope you're had an excellent day, or whatever the time it is. But nonetheless, I've been ace attorneying all night again. So hells yeah. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Ugh, how am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! The suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? I'm gonna catch the killer, finally. Maybe, yeah. One of these days, right? I mean, they kind of both go for the same thing. I think the figurine, though, that's the part I can really go for, because the figurine is more the thing that points towards Adrian. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Carida. At the request of his client, of course. So what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. the Killer's client was Matt Ungard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. You can't tell by just looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Ungard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there is no reason why Mr. Ungard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Haha. Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Redgwood, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in the love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Ungard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Ungard. Order, order, Mr. Wright. Is this the one time our rival will be able to bedazzle and actually win a case? I don't know. We'll see. Yes, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's Bug Sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt Ungard's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix. It looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. We have time travel powers. This is also... sure. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now, what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shush, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so ew, nasty. Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Save games time travel, that's fair. Have you figured out what you're gonna do next? I mean, I'm wondering, is there any proof that Matt Ungard put this camera into the teddy bear, though? I mean, yes, there is, but I can just stall that way, right? What am I gonna do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I'd really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is, just that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I mean, I need to present something. Honestly, I kind of missed what Mia was trying to tell me. I didn't quite catch on to that one. So, time to guess. Blindly. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Yeah, the judge. Well, we didn't read it word by word. The judge just like explained the like how Matt Angard discarded her, and how then Matt Angard's revelation of said relationship then ruined the engagement the lady had with Corrida. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten on one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Like, all I can think of is my camera and see if it has any fingerprints of an Angard on it. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's grey matter. Whoops. Mr. Wright, after this trial is over, I would like to see you in my chambers. I think there are a few things we need to discuss. Alright. Do.
Objection!
I don't want to waste time. Walk through. I have no idea. I could just like guess every item in the entire like list. Alright. Celeste's suicide note. I have no idea why. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. I don't know. I mean, Edgeworth claimed that the note had her signature, which I sort of felt like Edgeworth therefore knew what it looked like, but I don't know. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, I don't feel this was gettable. This... I like this case a lot. I feel this one was an absolute walkthrough moment. There's no way to get that. Like, it's an absolute jump of nonsense. I have no idea how I was supposed to even try to understand what the hell to do there. Like, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 items. And these profiles. One guess out of 25. Absolutely randomly. There's no way to know that. None. The game gives no chance to know that. I like this case a lot, but that's, again, one of those moments where it's a walkthrough or you don't beat the game. That's as simple as that. As to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't be seriously suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Angard. Who's to say you didn't create the fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Objection! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. Mind you, though, the cases 3 and 2 had more, at least percentually, walkthrough moments. So I'm not saying it's a bad case. I'm just calling out an individual bad puzzle. But this case overall has been very good. The best moments I've had are in this case, that's for sure. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever, and it's like calling out these small bad puzzles in a good game, in a game series that I love a lot. Like, I'm a huge fan of these games, so it's like putting it in context. I call out a bad moment, but it's not by any means saying an overall statement about the game or even about the case. Just in context, right? There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. Objection! But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Edgeworth looks so exhausted. Ah! Glass has exploded! Woo! Miss Andrews. You wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Unguard. And they're back again. I did no such thing. Objection! Right, if you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Again, safety save, because holy moly, we're on fantasy land right here. Objection! Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's the first time in 10 cases, or 9, we've ever heard the notion of burden of proof being on our benefit. Like, the burden of proof in every single scenario just flips over and over, back over into us, like, well, prove you are innocent. Like, what? Prove you didn't know something. What? Prove you were, like, what? Jesus, come on, like, it's like we've been proving negatives like 10 ways till Sunday, like, come on now. At long last, yeah. Ah. Well, I mean, that kind of is the defendant's job. Well, the defendant, like, the defense's job is, like, the proof of burden essentially about everything is on the prosecution. Like, in the real world, right? In the real world, it's always about being innocent until proven guilty. You need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every single point about the case the prosecution makes. The defense, like, there is no, like, you don't need to prove you didn't do it. The prosecution needs to prove you did do it. That's the point. That's the burden of proof to begin with. On the second thing, we've many times over, we've been proving these things of, like, well, prove to me you didn't know something, which is proving a negative, which is essentially the same thing as asking, like, prove that there is no God. Like, there is no proving a negative. Like, it's all nonsense in this one. Brain shutting down, I got them mixed up, yeah. I mean, depends on the court system, but in any civilized Western court system, that's the case. Like, I don't know how it works in some dictatorial doobly-doo places, but that's different, right? That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It is, as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Mai will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate, Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Unguard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty. 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 Boom, boom, boom. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Beep. Hello, Gumshoe. What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal, don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't. We don't have any more. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't... For us to come this far and... Oh. What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. Take that! That's pretty good. Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Objection! Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. What purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for the day and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Edgeworth is the VIP in this case, or MVP even, but yes. Absolutely. Like, Edgeworth is showing a cold face, but he has a heart in his very own peculiar, you know, a-hole way. Sort of. He's a cold a-hole, but he kind of has a heart, kind of, I think. That's what I'm gathering from this. March 23rd, 2:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Ho ho ho, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk-of-junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and I'm running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. Oh no, put the law on hold. Like, he's not actually, he's, at least for now, not employed as a detective, really. He kind of got fired, at least for a bit, because he was helping me too much. What happened? Red light 1. Yeah. Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why? Oh, why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident? Now! Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Yeah, actually there is. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Franziska, go for it! Why are you bringing up Franziska at a time like... Oh, I see. Are they even trying to analyze the handwriting? I mean, probably. But, like, Edgeworth is not a crime lab person, he's a prosecutor, so just, like, he sent people to do it and... You know. Because it would be really bad if they didn't, because that would mean the judge would probably, like, punch them in the face with the gavel, because they would have been just, like, wasting time, right? Oh, I see. Like, it might not be important in reality, but of course they still need to do that. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Because Franziska has the radio transceiver. Franziska, would she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Edward and Francisco would be a cute couple. I mean, they grew up together, though. It might be a bit weird. Like, in the same house, you know? Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Because, Franziska's dad, Manfred von Karma, adopted Edgeworth at the age of, like, very young. Like, you know, again, let's say 7, 8, 9, something like that. So they grew up in the same house from there. It's, you know, cute couple, yeah, but it might be a bit, you know. Although it's an anime, so who the hell knows, right? Is Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. There we are. They absolutely did do that, yeah. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. To be continued. God damn. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. Let's go. Let's go. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Whoa, what's with the look? I can understand the defense acting like this. Was the handwriting not a match? However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Damn, was the handwriting not a match? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Oh man. Really? Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. God damn! Oh, wow. Jesus. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Whoa. The hits just keep on coming and twisting, man. Order, order, order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. God damn! No, I think the suicide is correct, but I think Corrida saw an opportunity, you know? God damn! I mean... What if it was a murder, though? That's not bad thinking, though. I don't know. Mr. Corrida. Well. It looks like Miss Impax never left the suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Ungard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Ungard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. His theory that Ungard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Present evidence, let's go. If he did kill her, it would explain why Ungard would want to kill him. I don't know. Like, it would, but I think the motive for Ungard remains the press conference itself. Just the scandal itself, fake note or no, is the motive. And I like that. I like your thinking, but I think Ungard is such a monster that he would not have the woman as his motive. That he just does not value any woman, Celeste included, enough to have her as a motive to kill anyone. Like, he's so self-absorbed that it just doesn't cross his mind to, like, oh, she's dead. Well, whatever, you know. Like, that's him. I think Ungard is that bad. You know? Like, that's my thinking. I don't know, but that's my thinking. Again, I don't mean to shoot down anyone's thinking. I'm thinking out loud as chat throws ideas. That's just I don't mean to shoot down anyone's ideas. That's not my idea at all. Yeah. Here's my confusion. If the note with all the bad stuff against Ungard was written by Juan, why was it hidden if he was just going to expose him anyway? I think it was hidden simply because just like On Guard, Corrida was waiting for the perfect moment when it would hurt the most. And up until that moment, Corrida wanted to hide the note in a place where especially On Guard, but no one else either, would find it. Or take, like no one else would know to look for it in a teddy bear, you know? Like, it's kind of been slightly downplayed, but I think the picture we're getting is that both of these two people, Corrida and On Guard, are both, maybe not equally, but essentially almost equally monsters, trying to hurt each other at the exact opportune best moment when it would hurt the most. Same way how On Guard told about his old relationship with Celeste right at the worst moment when the marriage was already, like, revealed to be happening in a few days, and then that hurt the most then. Similarly, Corrida held on to the note to spring it at the worst possible moment, which would have been now here. He was waiting if he would win or lose the event they had going on at the hotel, and then if he lost, he would then, that would be the best moment to now hit, because now he needs to drag On Guard down. That's my thinking. Alright. I'm glad I ate, because I need, like, I can feel that my brain is working again. Yuan could have killed the girl as a revenge and then tried to think of a way to frame On Guard. It's possible, yeah. It's possible. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. The camera, right? What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, your kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note, because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. There we are. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Arrgh. Order, order, order. I like that finally Phoenix has gotten the hint to throw some burden of proof at the prosecution, as well, you know? Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. Rawr. As I figured. As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. On Guard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Too bad it's for a bad guy. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Ooh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering. This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of Who was it that hired Shelly the Killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the... I like the idea of a cat, because remember, in the first game, we cross-examined a parrot. It was quite the moment, but it did happen. Yes. No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It's Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelly the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. Wait, Shelly the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin. Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. It's a radio. A very big brick radio. Very good, sir. My name is Shelly the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say. What is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelly the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything to this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. There we are. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Querida, is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Querida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelly the Killer. What is he going to say? About my client. He's gonna claim it's Adrian. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. There we go. About my client. There's something I must first state. Hold it! We can hear anything you have to say later, then you please just tell us your clients. I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears there's one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. Hold it! The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If only we could prove that Angard was watching him, but I don't think we have the recording or something, we just have the camera itself. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough. Please no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. And yet... And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. Hold it! That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Oh, really? Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. Whew. Cold boy is the old boy. The old boy is a cold boy. Yes. It is my wisdom, my grasp of this concept before I give the name of your client. Hold it! We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal... It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little, it's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know? Okay, okay, so I pressed on everything. The killer is really a Dalek. I've heard the word Dalek somewhere, but I can't place it. And the radio is their true form, right? I'm not sure what to do here. Doctor Who. Thanks. I have never watched Doctor Who, not a single episode. That's my, like, hole in my cultural civilization. It hasn't really been on in Finland. It's just not really a thing. Like, it has ever been on TV, surely, but not really in any big capacity. Like, you know, scattered episode here or whatever, or a season or something, but, you know. I gotta... I don't know where to go from here. I gotta look this up. Okay. Hold it! Half of one, few odd episodes on cable, yeah. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. These are the roles and duties an assassin and his clients are to carry out. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. So, this was again one of those where you need to press on everything, and then once more press on the second part. I don't know. I lucked out in getting through it with powers. This time I didn't know to even... Well, I didn't know then either, but I'm trying to say that I'm not sure if this was a bad puzzle or no, but I feel like it's kind of breaking the rules of the game, but whatever. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. That's like everyone in Ace Attorney, though. Since I think what's happening here is that the killer, in order to because all I checked was what to do. I didn't check the actual like you know, story solution. So I think what's gonna happen is the killer is trying to protect Unguard's quote-unquote innocence, right? So now the killer is, by using that, tried to implicate another like facade to name Adrian Andrews as his client, and he would then be lying in order to, once again, as for the whole through line, to save Unguard. I think that's what he's gonna do. That's what I'm gathering from. Like, why else would he be here and talking to us? Unless he would know about the recording, but that's not what's coming up here. At least that's not what this sounds like. And that's why you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that's what this is. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Which, I mean, it's a dick move, but it does prolong the trial, and we need to play time. That works for us, so, you know. Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client, don't you agree? Hold it! What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Gurrida? That person's name is... As radio goes fuzzy just as he says his name. Yeah. Enters a tunnel or something, because, you know. I think it's gonna be Adrian Andrews, because... As far as I'm remembering, I don't think Unguard has been trying to frame anyone. He's done about everything else that's bad, but I don't think he's been framing anyone. Yes? Yes. I think. Right? So, Like, he's a monster of a human, but that's the one thing he hasn't done. Adrian Andrews. There we are. Yep, I called it. It's Ayn Rand. Right. What? Objection! Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Right, which is why I was confused when he said he. Oh, did he? I didn't catch that. I'm sorry, I did not catch that. Again, I'm terrible with gender pronouns. Like, my mind isn't hardwired to gender pronouns. That's the one problem I have. Again, I've explained this before. Finnish language does not have gender pronouns, so my mind isn't geared into looking at those, and I often make that mistake when trying to speak about someone because that's because we all, like, in Finnish there's no he or she. It's all just han. H, A with an umlaut and an N. Yeah. Plus, since I've been reading this stuff today for, what, 7 hours? Or something. Like 4.5 and then 6 hours, sorry, but still. My mind is a bit mushy about reading this stuff, all like, you know. Finnish is too sensible. I suppose so. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court. Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt Ungard, perhaps. I knew it. Objection! This is outrageous. I was deceived. They are in cahoots. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. Grr. You, Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Ungard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. That's actually not a good thing to say. You should not say, I'm here to procure his acquittal. You should say, I am here to tell the truth and have justice do its course or whatever. That's a bad slip-up, my dude. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Ungard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Ungard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Ungard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Something is fishy, like we're in an ocean of fishy by this point. Shelley the Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. I mean, yeah, it is, but lady, you have committed about 10 perjuries just yesterday in this very courtroom. So, see, credibility is important, and you don't have any. I hate to break it to you, but that's what happens when you lie under oath. Ah, oh well. We will pull through somehow, I hope, and reach the truth. But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste's impact was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. I know. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. Oh, boy. Oh boy. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? I mean, we could never live with ourselves if we just go and request a verdict and send an innocent person to jail. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Ungard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. That last part is the important bit for me. That's the big thing. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. It is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. He actually did, though, because we lost the case on the first day when the game was like, okay, one guess or dead, and we died. So, you know. Technically, Phoenix has a duty to his client. That's true, but, you know, we are a game of morals, I suppose, so. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Again, the best song in the game. Hell yeah. Actually, I don't know what lawyers' ethical responsibilities are in this universe. That's fair as well. This universe is very, very, very fictional and a combination of different things. It's a combination of Japanese system, American system, a whole bunch of Hollywood, and so on. You know. Alrighty. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. Ah, theme song. You know shit gone real then, yeah? There's still more evidence to look at. I think this one is called Telling the Truth theme, but it's been a bit since I read those names. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. That's a lot of faith, my dude, but okay. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Well, technically it is your job to bend the truth to your favor. Well, I mean, again, depending on, like, what court systems and jurisdictions, because it's a fictional universe, but if this were an American courtroom, I think indeed the job is to represent your client to your fullest capability and, you know, ferociousness and whatever. So that is true in the American system, at least, yes. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to... Also, hello, Oniga, and welcome, and I hope you've had an excellent day. Alright, before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Just woke up. Well, I hope the morning has been good, and I hope the sleeps were excellent. Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures, is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? Let's go. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Gurrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Objection! Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Sure. Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Alright, let's go. About my client part 2. Alright. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However... Hold it! What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicion on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? P.S. Douglas Knuckles. Excellent. I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring Mr. Right. Yes? You. Well, I mean, listen, there's this one clown you don't understand. He talks so much about bears. You know, it's a thing. You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that? You're on... Guilty, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. Hold it! I would think that most people would be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Ah, yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. Is the judge mentally okay? I mean... the short answer is... not really, I guess. Having to listen to those two all day, yeah. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. My client did it to frame another for the crime. Hold it! Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene... Hold it! So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan on for your alibi too. Ah, no, I already told you, I have no intention of using your services, ever. Well, explains why he throws her under the bus. I mean, yeah, sure. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. Hold it! From the very beginning? That is correct, from before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. Hold it! So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind naturally. AA did have the car, not sure if she just found it or what. Like, Adrian Andrews did find the card, and according to her, she must have subconsciously taken it to her purse, which, now that I think about it, it does sound a little weird. Like, maybe Adrian realized that it was a hit job and then hit the card to try and implicate Ungard even more. I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, she first claimed she found it in her purse, and then in a later testimony she remembered that she found the card in the crime scene and put it in her purse, like subconsciously or whatever, like without thinking, I think she said. Like that is, she's done weird stuff. I can't get over like how like, oh, I see a body, let me take this card in my purse, pour some tomato juice from like no matter what she's so weird. The business card is so my client may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall... That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. Hold it! And that's all you have to testify. Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again, as in, you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the 4th successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true, however, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Okay, hold on. I think Edgeworth like just did something. Hold on, from the very beginning. Rosie, hi. Good morning. I hope you slept well. We are still at this, and the live counter says 4.5 hours, but I had a bit of an internet outage at first, so I had already done 1.5 hours before. So I've been at this again for 6 hours and change. Almost 6.5. And this keeps on going. But I'm gonna pull this off today. I'm gonna. That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Okay, that's gotta be where I need to put something. Okay, so hold on. Safety save, let's think. What in here says that Adrian knew from the beginning that Corrida was dead? The crime photo, maybe. Like, I'm wondering if the tomato juice might be a reason, or maybe the fallen vase, or whatever. Long and complicated case. It really, really is. I like. If you wanna check out the recording later or whatever, like there's a lot of twists and turns to this one. That's for sure. I think the best I can think of to this one is the crime photo and, like, in a weird way, the tomato juice, but. Nope. Okay, it's the actual glass of juice, which is the same thing. All right. At least I was I was right, I just didn't know which item to use. Alright. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Gurita had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Gurita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Gurita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix. If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Objection! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. The drama! While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking, let's go! This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Let's go. This request came to me, about a week ago. Hold it! 1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I of course had my own preparations. A bar, a public place with lots of ears, perfectly planning murder in secret, yep. And I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time? There's a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. Hold it! Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Gurita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. He must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. Don't you plan your murders in public, right? He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was testimony just now of any importance? I have no idea. Sure. Testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. Hold it! So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? No, I prefer the quiet solitude of nature, right? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Very much so. Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it is unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? Ah, I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. Gunk. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix, and think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. Hold it! So your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange in this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw a suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. So you physically met. Of course, yeah. I want to see if I want to see if this is again a case of have to press something twice or something, because this smells of that a little bit. Same stuff, same stuff, same stuff. Same stuff. Same stuff. Alright. One week ago. I don't feel like you know, reading it aloud again would serve a purpose because we've seen this already. I'm just like I'm looking for anything new here. I don't know, the few times I've been at bars I've pretty much ended with me planning murder. That is a fair point though, yeah. Hmm. So, since nothing is coming up, my gut feeling says the problem is here. But what the hell could it be, though? I mean, I guess it's a yeah, but it doesn't mean a mistake in terms of carrying out the murder. But I mean, it is a quote-unquote mistake that the card wasn't there. But that's again on Andrews, not. I have no idea. Like, so I have a feeling that eventually, like, they very much hone in here onto the notion that the assassin met the client. I have a feeling that's gonna come up later, in the sense that the killer never actually met Adrian Andrews, so that's gonna be a thing in this whole thing at some point. But I can't find anything here that would help me with that. But I'm not seeing anything I can throw at him about this. I feel like we would be wasting time with me trying every item and every profile to what I think it is this one. So I have to walk through this. I have no idea. I'm utterly drawing, like, I feel like there's no way to know this. Oh, really? What? Okay. I mean, I guess I was on the right track in the sense that it felt impossible to throw evidence, but... I have to point out again that the way this goes forward is, again, completely breaking how the game works. I don't think it's thinking outside the box, it's just like tricking the player into forcing them to check a walkthrough. Like, that's all it is. It's a bad puzzle. Okay, so it's again, press on the notion that they met. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? It was a pause. Press further. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was testimony just now of any importance? And you need to say, no, it was not important. I call bullshit on this. Here's why. I think this is simply essentially a middle finger towards the player, where there is no way to know. Because this is a negative move that has been taught to the player to be the move you make in this sort of a moment to back off and just essentially revert back to the normal testimony. It is very different from the sort of life and death moment of can I present evidence or can I not present evidence, which is a different thing, because sometimes you can't. This thing, specifically this sort of a moment in the testimony, has been always, like, not important, is don't add it to the testimony and just return back. This sort of a thing has never led to anything, it's always a negative play. I technically not, because you don't want him to get more pressure. I mean, that is not the point of this, though. Like, it doesn't fit into what this choice is about. Like, this sort of a choice has always been about, do we add a new page to the testimony, like to amend the testimony or not? Whenever it's no to this sort of a question, game mechanically, it is about reverting the scene back to the normal testimony with nothing ever going forward. Like, this sort of a move does not put anything forward in the game's mechanics. That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's the difference between like comparing to a Super Mario game, right? It's the difference of essentially going to a dead end and going back the same pipe to go into the spot you were before and just not go anywhere. That's what this mechanic has been taught to do in this way. That means it's out of nowhere, essentially like pulling a fast one on the player to essentially just stump them and trick them into trying to present random evidence blindly, which wouldn't work anyway. This is a very clearly, just to me, essentially a dick move from the developers to force the player to read a walkthrough. There's no way to know this. Like, this sort of a move is a negative move. It's going backwards in every sense of every gaming mechanic. This is a bad puzzle. This is a non-puzzle, if anything. Why he meets his client is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. I think the time you caught the he was actually you being on the ball. I think that was intentional, like, because they did it again here. It's true that they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Okay, here we are. Why did it? Well, I mean, congratulations. Alright. I just call it, as, in my subjective opinion, not a good game design puzzle choice. Alright. Or puzzle design, I mean. That's what I mean. So yeah, very important. There we are. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. It was weird. Indeed. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, there we are. There we have it. Alrighty. Oh, I'm gonna safety save just to be sure, but this is the yeah. So present profile of Adrian Andrews.
Objection!
Boom. Objection! I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? But to be fair about the puzzle, as I explained before, I tend to call out individual puzzles as bad. In a case I like, in a game I think is pretty good, in a series I'm a huge fan of. So again, in context and in perspective, if you will. And I think if my mind is calculating this right, that's the third or fourth puzzle in the courtrooms in this case I found impossible for me, and I had to check a walkthrough. Comparing that to, I think it was about double that in case 3, like something like 7-ish maybe. And I think case 2 also had like 4 or 5. And that case was much shorter than this was, so percentage-wise this has less impossible feeling puzzles than the other two have had. Because you made one very big slip-up about her. But nonetheless, like, when a bad puzzle is, in my opinion, bad, I just call it out and then we move on. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had even met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh, whew! That is an explodey radio. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, great game. Some of the puzzles are what the hell. I mean, yeah. It's kind of a... It's especially in the first 3 games, that's genuinely a noticeable it's the biggest blemish in the first 3 games is that some of the puzzles are absolute what in the actual hell. If my memory serves correct, it gets easier in the following games, especially the last 2, if I remember right, are more... Well, I mean, Spirit of Justice was pretty hard too, but in a different way though. I remember less frustration with that, maybe, but I could be just rosy-eyed, I'm not sure. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. It's sweating... That is an interesting type of sweating, yes. That is an oily radio. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. Oil, yeah. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. And luckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. It's actually Edgeworth, actually, like, I also picked up, I didn't mention it out loud, but I picked up when Edgeworth, not on this statement, or this testimony, but the statement said before, Edgeworth referred to Adrian Andrews as they twice in the same text box. So I kind of had an inkling that it's gonna come up, you know? What? What is going on? Like, they in a spot where her or she would have fit, like, very normally, you know? Shelley the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Let's go. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Alright, request taking part 2. Ugh. Let's go. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. You just said that's not thing. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Gurrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. That is the flimsiest lie I have ever heard. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, and precisely said he wouldn't do that. Which means he is definitely lying, yeah. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay, like we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Here we are. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Request taking part 2. Alright. Yes, now I remember I took that request by mail. Hold it! But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? And said no mail. Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. You not gonna fly. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. We've been mindlessly yelling for 2 games now, it's served us well so far, so shush. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client? Hold on. I can't think of anything, but let's I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. Alright, there have been times... For a hot second, I was worried that I got penalized for that, but... there have been times when I took a job without having met my client. Hold it! And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities. On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. That literally is the exact opposite you said not 2 minutes ago. Come on now. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail was commonly referred to as email. Email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would be a parrot's hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. Hold it! 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? No, let's go! I'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Alright, fine, safety safe, but surely we just push on, right? I mean, even I've been mindlessly yelling even though no one can hear me. Well, there we are. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yeah? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Listen, I always make a swashbuckler when I make a thief, and they don't have a backstab multiplier, so come on now. Just that is slander. That is slander, and I resent that. That's an old school AD&D joke for And should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck, alright? I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Yeah? Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. Because he said he never met the client. There we go. Sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just said in your testimony. As you wish. I mean, I need to find a way to prove... I don't have it in the court record, but still. Save. One of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews. Hold it! I found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Contradiction! So, the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Okay, hold on. I mean... So... But how from my court record do I prove that... that the killer said in an earlier statement that he didn't meet the client, and now he says he did, because he gave the bear to the client, therefore meeting the client. Like, the he and she problem, like, yeah, that wouldn't fit with the he and she problem, so, but... Do I just do the profile again? Maybe? Maybe. One more safety save. I guess I could show the profile and hope it worked. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at the Unguard mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Then suicide note? It is a tough one, although I mean, it's really hard to up the difficulty of a puzzle mechanic at the very end of the game. I'll give it that, but it might be the suicide note. Like, she would have wanted to get it, right? Maybe? But more importantly, again, like, it doesn't make sense that Shelly the Killer made the he and she mistake. But I don't have that statement in my court record, and I just don't think that... Because how this question is phrased, I don't think the answer is a profile. That just doesn't quite... I don't know. Like, it just doesn't... Like, presenting her profile to this strikes me as us, again, like, outsmarting ourselves a couple of steps into the notion. Like, because it's not an answer to this question per se. Or maybe I'm just being too careful and scared. I don't know, but... I can't think of anything else but the suicide note. I can't... I have a safety save, so I can guess once. Surely. And then I'll load the game, but... Or maybe you understand how the game works, they just ignore the statements made a few seconds ago. That is also true. That is also true. That does kinda happen. They also ignore every single perjury ever. Like, every witness commits like 10 perjuries and yeah, whatever, we'll just believe them, it's fine. And they're never convicted of those perjuries either. Just like, you know. Like, you know, lying under oath. I can't think of anything else but this. Like, she would have wanted the note. I'm gonna... Ah, yes. If you, Shelly the Killer, if you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order. That's where you two were going. So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Woohoo! And the explodey radio goes explodey again. Order, order, order. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. Hold it! No, please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Gva. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Wright has a headache. Just let him be for a minute. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution, What has come over everyone? Even you are... The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. the Killer's testimony is accurate. So we disproved every single statement the killer made, and the judge's take is, therefore I must believe that Mr. the Killer's statement is accurate. Oh, my soul hurts. Alright, good. Great. I'm glad we're on the same page here. Yeah, let's go. That would mean that Shelley the Killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here, right now... What is with this judge? I mean, that's just how these games be. If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder. Urgh. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Ha. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Ungard? Never depend on Gumshoe. Ugh. What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? You better get on guard the guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is gonna end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is gonna say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is... I can't even save the save here. This is like a... Damn. A potato, right. That's about, yeah. So, this is like one of those... Like, my heart says... It's kind of a... I have to believe in my heart until I draw the last card of Exodia Obliterate, right. So my thinking on this is that the choice of... How can I put this? I feel the choice between Maya and Miss Andrews is in one sense a false choice, in the matter that only one of those lives is actually in my hands, and that's Andrews. Maya's life is in the killer's hands, and accepting that as my choice would be then to not only negotiate with terrorists, but also to trust a terrorist, and so on and so on. Like, and there's a question, but even if we then accept that as a choice between Maya or Andrews, having a which is worse or weighs worse, like the death of a close person in the hands of a murderer as a tragedy, or sending an innocent, essentially unknown to me, but nonetheless an innocent person to jail for murder, like which is better and which is worse, is... The notion of better or worse are not exactly good words to describe that, but I feel somehow that sending an innocent person to jail is me doing active harm out of me to someone, whereas me not bending in front of terrorism and blackmail is someone else doing harm and me not bending in front of those actions. That's the difference. Like, that, if... It's not a... There is no great choice here, but that's what my heart says of being... For some reason, my heart says this is the less bad option, somehow. Plus, Maya asked for it, so I'm gonna take her word on that. Like, don't negotiate with terrorists, don't bend in front of blackmail, and Maya asked us anyway. That's my reasoning. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on guard. Your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... Objection! Franziska von Karma. There we are. What are you doing here? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. I mean, she has a point. Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. Franziska! Whip him! Now! Whip plenty! What? Objection! Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, and it's Franziska's duty to whip the judge. Now! Down to the last. I request that Miss von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. Luckily, he really listens to Edgeworth. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Safety save. Now, Miss von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Sure. Question for details. Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. It's probably not gonna help us very much. A small caliber pistol that is thought to have been fired by the killer at Francisca. Right. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Angard's mansion. Right, question. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it. That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the killer is no ordinary man. One of the items retrieved, the killer apparently tried to recover it, contents unknown. But it's a thing for Von Karma's getting shot. I mean, you know, it's like father, like daughter, both got shot in the shoulder. Just a different shoulder, I think, but still. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform, and what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform added. One by the killer, one of the murderer, one of its special buttons is missing. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure we're under normal circumstances. These items from Shelley the killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Hold it! Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far, you can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first. Make Angard wish from the bottom of his soul from a guilty verdict. The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Angard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way, force the killer to end his contract with Angard. Safety saved quite plenty of, yes. If the killer were to no longer think of Angard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. I'm safety saving like a maniac here, so I don't need to. Just the bigger problem is the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence... The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Again, safety save. Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? Objection! I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then you want to show this evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. Alright. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. Objection! That's impossible to turn the situation around in one try. We had one out of one try in the first day already. We failed and lost the game, mind you, but still. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Unguard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? Okay, so here's the thing. The one thing I've been looking out for is that if we get this wrong, there will be a sort of an extended bad ending scene, which is essentially a game over, right? There's an achievement tied to that, so I do need to get that at some point, either here or on my own time or however. Basically an alternative ending, yeah. So I'm wondering if for the sake of drama, I should try and get this correctly anyway and just do the alternate ending later or on my own, or do the alternate ending now, then load the game, and then we'll finish the case with the good ending and then call it there. I'm wondering which way is better to do this. Because I am playing this in a way where I'm going for all of the achievements. That included. Need to sleep soon. You can try making it right, then reload for the wrong one. Yeah, I suppose. Okay, well, let's, for the sake of argument, good ending for the good ending will take a lot longer, but that might be a good way to do that. Okay, for the sake of argument, let's at least start out in the correct path. So obviously we need to show the evidence to Shelly the killer. That's the easy part. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Probably the videotape. No, wait, no, hold on. He already had the videotape, though. That's probably not the useful bit. Like, these are from the killer. Like he knows of the existence of these. He probably doesn't know of the existence of this one, though. That's probably the thing. Like, if I had to guess, I'd go this, maybe. Because it doesn't make any sense that the killer would have the incriminating... Well, I mean, like, we know that the killer had the videotape, therefore, if we are trying to show that Angard was betraying him, then surely the videotape he already has is not the answer. I'm just wondering why the... I'm wondering what's in the tape if it's not the... blah, blah. I'd guess spy camera. How's it going? Tightly. Okay, so even if I'm wrong, then I accidentally get the bad ending anyway. So I can guess this. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma? Well, I was just shot, so... I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you're talking about anymore. Wait, please, one more chance. That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant Matt Angard not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. Alright. I guess that was me thinking again. And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. The end. We did it! Woo! Alright. I guess it's the videotape then. It doesn't make any sense that the killer is carrying the incriminating videotape that he like wouldn't know Angard recorded of him, but alright. Okay, so there's value in showing this to the witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, let's go. It looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes. One is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it. Ah. So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. And that's like how I thought that that should have been the better option, but oh well. Because it didn't make sense without knowing this factoid that the killer wouldn't know what the contents of the tape are. Without that factoid, it doesn't strike in any sense sensible, but that's me thinking again, so there we are. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. When I pointed out to show him one of the 3 items, they did, but it doesn't still make any sense that it is that thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, they pointed those 3 items and none of them fit as well as the actually hidden camera does. That's just how it is. That was Adrian Andrews. So like, game mechanically, it is obviously a game mechanical hint that, well, the situation changed by these 3 items. Yes. But nonetheless, it doesn't make any sense that he wouldn't know the contents of the videotape with the information you had at this point. So it was a more sensible idea to, hey, do you know that you were recorded with this thing? You know? Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Ungard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There is only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted blackmail on you. Yes, but that's not the point of things, right? You only get new information by stupid things like turning over a recipe. I mean, yes and no, but it is a mix and match of actual logic, video game logic, and then just utter nonsense based on nothing. Luckily, the last one isn't the most common one, but sometimes the answer is absolute nonsense. But this time, I felt the video camera was a more sensible idea, even knowing that we got the 3 items there. The video game logic part says these 3 items, but actual logic says the video camera. So, yeah. But so it goes. At least we got the achievement, so, you know, I'm not too bitter about that. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. Well, what he said, but, you know. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. Oh, Phoenix said they because he wanted to sort of keep the pronouns vague for the benefit so that the killer would get it, but the judge wouldn't quite yet catch on. I think that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Gung. He has oil to say to that. And explosion as well. Woohoo! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that is right. But what if the traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Boom! We got him! I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Beep. Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. Hell yeah! Woo! This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Ungard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. We'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly, you should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Plead guilty, because while Ungard would be screwed either way, either life in prison or indeed this game has the death penalty. Like, who knows, right? Not guilty would mean that the killer would hunt him down and kill him. But pleading guilty will, one, be the thing that Maya asked us to do in the first place, so that's one. Secondly, pleading guilty will cement in place that there is no way that the confused judge would go about harassing Andrews about any of the murder thing in any of this. So I think pleading guilty is the correct one here. That's what my heart tells me. Winning streak. I don't care about winning streaks. That's the exact lesson of the entire Edgeworth arc, is winning streaks are meaningless. Yes. Matt Ungard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Guilty, brah! Guilty, 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 brah, brah, brah. There we are. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whipped leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society from my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, it is of no concern to me. That was a cold, cold move. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Woo! Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. Well, one of her expressions is kind of a smirk, but yeah, sure. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. That is all. The court is adjourned. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Whew. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt Ungard, is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Yay, Mystic Maya's safe. You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her, Mr. Nick will save her. Wah! Thanks. Oh. What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. Hi. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling? Mr. Phoenix Wright. You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth, for my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office after he still prosecuted the Rise of the Ashes case like a half a year later or whatever, so, you know, details. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. That was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so... Objection! No matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy, we claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth? Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma! I don't want to hear the wretched whimperings of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Franziska threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this right. Okay. Nick! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There we go. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got Unguard convicted like I knew you would. Keep this whip, it's my wedding gift to you. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? I guess it is. Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Alright. I think it's time we go out of this depressing place. Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub, chow, I'm starved! I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Love Me by Tsundere Boy, right? Come on, Nick. Food! March 23rd, 7:38 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, hotel lobby. Hey pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't the red light that got him? You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it, tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. You're gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Me? I really think so. He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Well, you know, it's ho 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 ho. Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Do do do. Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. Please take too much time, get that girl a bread roll. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? Well, you think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Ah. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Hmm? What is it? What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Ah, thanks to her I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight, now if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. I think it's the whip. I'm gonna double check because it's a feel good moment, you know. Give me a second. Bro hugs, yeah. Yeah. Take whip. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick? I mean... Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you needed to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Ah, yeah. I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better be anyhow of $3,000. Huh? Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Huh? What? Huh? Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Ah, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright, then. If you say so. Objection! There we are. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Oh, boy. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you just in case. That is an industrious kid. God damn. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my... He heard he had said things like, letting that one go is a bad for all of society. I knew it, crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. The character graphics are really good though, like they don't animate much, but they have just enough life to just work, you know, and have soul. I'm Maggie Bird, I'm retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Have a good sleep, Clank. And thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Off for a nap, crashing headlong. Ah, I see. Well, good nap as well, Beadora. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Haughty. Haha. Recently, yes, that girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I even laid so much as an eye on her, I will crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Haha. I don't know, might be a downgrade, yeah. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. There we go. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. More Mo curls represent. We've got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Hoo. What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? Ah, it was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty and I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Well, that's right, I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Really? Consult her about it? Alright. Interesting. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. More Explodey. Shinji Mikami, executive producer. The Resident Evil director, I think. Game director. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International Departures Gate 12. Where are you going, Franziska? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in this coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going to the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you gonna do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me, expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that, but me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. She's a smart cookie though, that's for sure. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. I mean, she could be what she wants to be, but... No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we were standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this 4th piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Nick. Farewell, my turnabout. Clear episode 4 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. Boom! There we go. That is that. Alrighty. So, if you are watching this on YouTube, please join me here live on Twitch. If you feel like, there's going to be a link in the description. I'm hopefully fun, or at least you can see the proceedings indeed as they happen. If you have enjoyed watching this marathon of a case, please do drop a like or a subscribe. I promise that actually would make my day, and seriously, truly would help. But thank you so much for watching, seriously, and hopefully I'll see you again in the next game of whatever it turns out that is played next. But have a good one, and hopefully see you again. Thanks for watching.